Hello everyone. Welcome back to another TerrafirmaGreg stream. How's it going, everyone? Oh boy. Sorry for being a couple minutes late. Had to make myself a sandwich, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Oh man, I think I've talked about this a little bit before, and I think it's getting even worse because of like the whole daylight savings time thing. But like, I don't feel hungry when I first wake up in the mornings, and it's like actually hard. I have to like when I was working jobs where I had to wake up much earlier, I like had to legitimately like force myself to eat, which is not a fun experience. But so I just like don't get hungry at the start of the day until like around like later on, like past noon almost, and or like more like 10 o'clock, I think, around like 10 ish in the morning. 10, 11 is when I start getting hungry. And so with daylight savings, it feels like it's much earlier than it is technically. Time is just a social construct anyways, like counting time at least. Let's see, speaking of which, let's go check on, I think we got our Pyrolyse oven up. Pyrolyze oven, which means that everything's going good over here. Wonderful. I think what I'm gonna do is put a crate on this and then just put a chute. That way it stores more, at least. Issue is it's gonna run out of like benzene eventually. See, the thing is that this thing hasn't run out yet because or it hasn't filled up yet. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. Okay, so we're gonna keep working on our buildings. Yeah, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I remember that at the end of last stream was what I wanted to do was, oh my god, was continue working on the buildings over here. So I'm gonna need at least one more hickory tree. Hey, look at that. We've got like half of our axe, our blue steel axe, half of it's been used up. Maybe we look into an electric version soon, you know? Okay. I don't even know what it takes to make a chainsaw in this. It could be something that we don't necessarily have access to just yet. Let me look up chainsaw. Okay. So here are all the things we can make it out of. And make it out of blue steel, red steel. Blue steel is probably the one that matters the most because durability doesn't matter too much when you can just charge it, right? Oh, we should be able to make chainsaw pretty easily. Ow. LV power unit. That's not that hard to make. Okay, yeah, we can do something like that pretty soon. We can when our chainsaw breaks, we can replace it. Do they have? I know we have drills. Do drills have area effect 3x3? So they're a replacement for mining hammers. Not necessarily. What else do I have? Hold on. LV power unit. What can I use that for? Okay, drills, chainsaws. Oh, right. Wrenches. I think it's gonna be a while before we need one of those, but okay. Yeah. So we'll just replace the wrench, the chainsaw, and I guess the mining hammer if that ever ends up getting broken, but I don't use that thing, especially now that we have miners. I just don't use that thing very much. All right. Some food. Okay, let's get these sawn up. Take a bite of my peanut butter sandwich. I got like some cherry preserves, peanut butter. I do like peanut butter jelly. It's good. It's good. Mm. Okay. This one's not going to make nearly as many. But this should be enough to finish up the roof. And I think what we do is we probably put ore processing in, like, that building over there on the ground level. And then, of course, once we get into, like, more complex ore processing, maybe we expand into the upper levels. Or it could just be that the upper level is all just R&D. Oh, dang it. It's the thing with these is, like, if you're slightly off, they're going to get placed wrong. And it's kind of hard to see the lines on one of these darker ones. Especially since it seems like the lines are overlaid on the blocks, and it seems like they're almost kind of like cutting into them. I guess it might depend on, like, the angle that I'm viewing them at. Okay, so now we have the full set of that stuff. Okay. So inside here is dark. I don't think any mobs are going to spawn because it is not underground. So not worried too much about leaving it dark in there for now. But I will have to make sure to be a little bit careful around the entrance to that place. I guess I could put doors on it now. Yeah, see, it's going through pretty good. This thing's almost full. Yeah, this thing's almost full of benzene. In fact, it kind of is. Yeah, it's just doing operations to fill itself up now. So we have more than enough benzene for now. All right, so let's go and let's see. What are these? What are these? What is this? Transforms energy between voltage tiers. Oh, wait. Oh. What the heck? How is this? Is this a different one? Because I know I had... I guess these are just different voltage transformers, because this just takes in 1 amp of MV. So maybe that's why. Okay. So what we're probably going to do is work on... Yeah, let me get any more... Oh, hold on. Oh, need more water is what I need. I need more of this smooth rhyolite though. The heck, what did I do when I clicked on that? I think it's fine. Okay. Smooth rhyolite. Yes, yes, yes. I'm just going to take all 4 of these. Because I think we're going to need them by the end of this. Okay, how many more? I have plenty scaffolds. Okay, wonderful. Okay, because what I want to achieve is... Oh, wait. Heck, this is raw. Dang it. It's raw. Dang it. How could I have been such a fool? Yeah, don't try and fall. I need this to not be raw rhyolite. I need it to be chiseled. Smooth. Ah, smooth. Smooth. I guess I could have tried to pop that one. Oh well. Chisel. It's right there. Yeah, because we need a laser engraver to do this with machines. But a red steel chisel will last us quite a while and was only an investment of a single piece of red steel. Hold on. I mean, it's definitely going to go up at least this high. I guess I might as well do the 3, because, like, the idea is then we put maple flooring at that level. We're going to have to come back and do this again later. Okay. Okay. So that's good. I need more... I'm gonna need more andesite bricks. Yeah, because then the idea is to have this... Okay. And then in between here, we have these maple slabs. Now, yeah, so that'll look good. And then in here will be where we put our pipes and wires and stuff. So this part is just for running things, running cables. All right, I need to get down from here, though. I think we're definitely going to be using some, like, windows, like glass. I don't know how much of the upper areas are going to be just glass or what we're going to do with that, but that's the plan. Okay, let's see. Put up these rocks and a couple of the other things we have. One of these days we'll get uh applied energistics, which I think it's next tier. It's AE2. Because the most basic thing we would need is what is the ME chest? Yeah, it requires stainless steel plates, MV circuit, aluminum crate, ME terminal, glass cable. Glass cable is probably easy to make. Uh, that um, yeah, that's fine. That's easy to make. And storage, the terminal uses steel. Okay, so it does require the use of HV circuits. God, quartz glass. That's easy at MV at least. Okay, so we are gonna have to progress quite a bit through this assembler. This needs an HV assembler. to make the charger. I don't. The charger is how we make the charge crystals. Yeah, so we do need to be able to produce high voltage. So once we basically get to the point where we're at now in MV, in HV, we'll be ready to start working on that. Now, I did want to make a computer at some point. Oh, I did make an MV battery though, and we found out that that's not really helpful, but if it's used as an ingredient for creating this, that's not that bad. Okay. Saplings, saplings. Let's see. I need more andesite bricks. Which I feel like is something that it's gonna take a little bit of time to make. So let's get started on that. I know we're gonna need more andesite. So we're going to use, yeah, we need the rock breaker. So I'll take the smooth that we already made, smooth rhyolite. Put this andesite in. Now, I know we're probably going to need more. I'm going to make all of this into smooth because I know we're going to need more. I'm not going to make all of it into smooth. We're going to leave one piece behind. But I know we're going to need this much smooth rhyolite as we go on. But I will take this and store our last piece in here so that we can use it later. Oh, let's go get some more milk. Maybe I should start some glowstone production while a lot of this is going as well. Yeah, let's work on glowstone. Make up as much glowstone as we can. But I remember some of that was like processing a couple things. It depends on how much redstone we have. I know it takes redstone, creosote, coal, or carbon powder. I want to say something else. Let's see. That's gold and sulfur. Ugh. Okay, the sulfur is actually probably the biggest issue. Well, I guess let's just we could start. We could have a little building montage, I guess. Let me go make a bunch more scaffolding, and we can use that while we're working. I guess I haven't spun all of this yet, have I? Can I do this in a wire? Okay, I can do it in a wire mill. Wire mill. This charging anything? It should be. Okay. All right. I should probably grab honestly, I do need a stack of dirt to fill in some of the spaces in this. I should work on that building in the back corner that I'm going to make into ore processing first. Dirt. Little bit of dirt. I guess I'll just put some dirt there for now. I'll make concrete to fill in the rest of that area later. Oh, this actually wasn't even enough dirt. Womp womp. Okay, how's it going out here? Sometimes I worry that the trees are going to try to invade my working area. How's it going over here? You guys still just running yourself self-sufficient and everything? That's real nice. Okay. Let me go grab more dirt. It's gonna bother me. Dirt. Ooh, I gotta go make sure that the battery charger is on, because I might as well be charging batteries while I'm working on this. Oh, bees. Ah, still not nearly enough, but that's fine. Because I got this area filled up, and that's all that matters to me right now. Let's get to building. Where are we at? Right there is... There we go. I guess I don't have to build up... Well... Fine. Oh my god. I guess I don't need to build up the whole thing, but that's okay. I don't know. We'll get some scaffolding and stuff figured out. Well, oh, hello. I guess monsters do spawn in there, do they? Hi. Who's the little guy? There he goes. He wasn't long for this world. Second. check a thing apparently. Very annoyed at like 2 emails. Oh, really? Okay. Sure. Alright, I gotta clean up this area. Let's see. Okay, I'm sure somebody else will let me know about that. Okay, what was I doing here? What was I? Where am I? Who are you people? Okay. Let me get a little bit more space. I'm gonna clean up this area. We're gonna take all these leaves and everything and twigs and stuff that have found their way in. Probably gonna need more. Probably need groundskeeping. Groundskeeper, please help keep my grounds. Okay. Let's turn these into sticks. Okay, let's go take this back to our thing. I'll eat once we get into the warehouse. Don't worry. I need to pick up some more dirt too. Getting up the dirt, putting the dirt down. Okay, I could probably put up some of this other stuff too. Stick, stick, stick. That'll be good for now. Let's eat. Oh, is my thing dropping? Okay. Yeah, I figure they're gonna start Eating the sandwich. It goes back to normal. Sorry about that. Internet got out again. They're supposed to be sending someone to work on it soon, but who knows how long that'll take. Let's see. We need... I need more of those andesite bricks. Hopefully we can move on to the next stage of andesite brick making. Oh. I should put a door in here, maybe? Nah. Okay, let's see. What I need... Actually, isn't andesite cobble what I need? I do actually need andesite cobble. I completely forgot to get my dirt, too, so I'll take a little bit of dirt. Yeah, no, andesite cobble is what I need. Okay, because these need to be put into the assembler. Not on an 8, on a 1. Rhyolite. I need andesite. Okay, I'll let that move for a little bit. Okay. I can start with... Hey, I guess I could start placing slabs before I place the bricks underneath them. There's technically nothing wrong with that. It's just gonna look a little bit funny with the bottom part missing. But while I'm waiting on the bricks to be made, there's not much else to do. Okay, and then... Yeah. I don't know what to do for the upper layer. I've mentioned this a couple times before, but I'm not sure that upper layer, once we get past the brick part, we gotta figure out something else to put up there. And I could do more slabs. I don't know if I want to just do the chestnut slabs again, though. But I'm also probably going to have a lot more glass on the upper layers. This should hopefully stop the spread of leaves into this area, though. I mean, I guess chopping down the tree does help, too. The spread of grass. The leaves show up from... They get dropped from trees, which that might have something to do with it. Hold on, let me go duck under here. Actually, I could have just scaffolded. Yeah, I can just scaffold my way up a little bit. This is the only bad thing about the poke trees is that sometimes they leave those extra bits behind. See, like there's that one too. Okay. Now then. Drink my milk. What next? I guess go check on the bricks. Which is probably true, because the assembler, it's gonna make them into bricks, but like it'll get filled up, because I don't have any like kind of thing to like automatically pull out of it, which I might have to add in when we make the bigger area. See, and the issue is, with these things, something I learned. from painful experience is that in order to make these bricks, right? Um, you make them in the assembler, and it has to be a programmed circuit 1, right? But if you're trying to like then use those bricks, you see, in order to make andesite bricks, like the actual blocks, you have to set it on a 0. If you set it on a 1, it's going to make andesite aqueducts, and that's not really helpful. That's kind of the type of thing that I might go in and change myself, because there's no reason why these aqueducts should be on a 1 when the bricks get made on a 1. It's just confusing. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, but I do need my concrete. Alright, we'll just give it a second. I should take some of the... This raw andesite needs to be crushed up. Okay, so now I gotta make sure to turn it on to a 0. Add my bricks into my liquid concrete. There we go. This will make us quite a bit of brick blocks. Or, I guess, bricks blocks. I eat this sandwich before it dries out. It's not fun when the bread dries out. Okay, I'll take this with me, and we shall go building. We'll go a building. Okay. Uh, then we put... How many layers do I have on this? Did I do 3 layers? I had to do 3 layers of slabs here. Okay, yeah. We'll do another layer of slabs. Up, pop, pop. Oh, I need another chestnut tree then. The chestnut tree from our chestnut forest. Best place in the world. Behind chestnuts. Oh god, look at this horrific amalgamation. Alright, you're getting chopped down. Yeah, this is fine. Ah, man. This is coming along pretty nicely, though. I'm liking the way this is looking. I'm glad we're able to also do... I didn't do this on purpose. I didn't plan on this, but we're doing another Wednesday build day, which is very fun. Been a while since we did one of those. Missed them. Oh, dang it. Can we do a layer of bricks? Okay, we have plenty for now. Sort of. It's actually not going to be enough for the whole thing to go around, but whatever. We're ignoring, we're vibing, we're thriving. Alright, I have some plans. I have an idea. I'm getting ideas. I'm doing it. I'm thinking. Alright, need more bricks. I don't want these bricks in here. Actually, I can take the concrete out. Okay. More bricks. We're gonna need a lot more bricks than this, though. Yeah, because I have to do... So, I have an idea, potentially. But I think we're gonna deal with that later. I think I'll need more scaffolding for that idea, too. I also need... This is the level where I can start putting the hickory slabs down. So I guess we're gonna do that. This looks really weird on the inside comparatively. It looks a lot better on the outside. Go double check my design. Oh, hello, Creeper. I hardly know her. Come on out here, buddy. Who wants a good scything? That I was not expecting that to one-hit kill. That is so cool. Anyone else in here want some? Okay, good. Okay, actually, it looks a lot better once we have the slabs up. 3 slabs. We need to go cut down another tree. Oh yeah. Up and down a hickory tree. Hickory time. We're probably gonna need like 2 of these actually. 'Cause how much is this gonna get me? 11 logs? We need more than that. We need more than 11 hickory logs. That's for sure. Okay. This is probably a good place to start. I'll go put up all the extra stuff, and then we will get these logs sawn. Sawn some logs in here, you know. A wee snaw. Do more stick combining. Wish I could remember that hotkey for combining sticks if you're at a crafting table. That somebody had told me about a long time ago, but stop clicking on those. Okay. Then it sticks. Stick. What was the next step? Logs. Yeah, gotta sell the logs. Go check on the assembler too. Might as well while we're over here. Bricks. Okay. Now for planks. Now for slabs. Slabs. Just red steel scythe. Bubba. Bubba. Red steel scythe. Rah. I'm having too much fun with this thing. Oh, dang it. Okay. Ba-da. Placing my slabs. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-ba-da-da-da. Place all my slabs. Uh, it's kind of sad that we don't even have, like, apparently we don't get build gadgets at all in this mod pack. A little sad. I don't mind not having access to them right now, so it's not that big of a deal, but, like, I would, like, later on, if you got, like, to really high levels of voltage, would be pretty interesting to get that kind of stuff, Oh, come on. Stupid things. I moved my mouse a little bit too much in one direction, and all of a sudden I'm playing vertical. Uh, Once we get this like, basically this university building built, we're gonna have to put some infrastructure in here. Oh, hey, Robo. It was a little sad earlier, but it didn't last very long. I didn't get the chance to call my ISP. I remembered after stream yesterday that apparently they were supposed to be working on the lines. So I wanted to see if maybe the work they were doing, because that was probably what that was yesterday, was them doing something with the lines, and that's why it cut out for so long. So I was wanting to see if maybe whatever they did with the lines had fixed it, but we did have some troubles for like a minute or two earlier, so I'm gonna have to call them, figure out whatever the heck is going on. I don't know why they didn't send a technician down when they were checking or when they were working on the lines, but then again, maybe it's a different person who works on those different things, so that's probably why. But yeah, we've been doing pretty good today. I got these buildings built up a little bit so far. There's guys that spawn in here. I don't know if there's anyone in here right now. No. Womp womp. What was What am I doing next? Okay, because my plan is to have... My plan is to move the ore processing into this space here. And move the... Well, I don't know what I'm going to put down here, but I'm going to connect these upper layers together. So once I get these built up, we'll build like a bridge area across and everything. But I think I want to start getting stuff moved now, which means I probably should finish this area over here because I was planning on, well, I got a lot of stuff I'm thinking about doing. Let's go get some more bricks. I'm kind of just building stuff and letting some resources generate up a bit while I'm waiting. I think we're pretty much at the point where I can start hooking up everything into the building. It's actually like I need to get the building constructed now, though, is the only thing that I'm really waiting on, because without a roof over the machines are going to be very sad, so can't have that. So I guess I kind of just have to focus on making the building now. Got an appointment. Get started on getting myself investigated for ADHD. Yeah, that sounds fun, I guess. I don't know. I've never gone through the process, but it's always good to get appointments made. I feel like sometimes I feel like the hardest part about anything is just getting an appointment, and then once you actually get there, it ends up being pretty easy once you already have the appointment. Although I over here, part of that's because like the way our infrastructure or lack thereof is. Let's see. Okay. Did I sort? How did I do that? There's a hidden button here. You can hear it when I click it. There's a hidden button here. How long has that been a thing? Is it in more of them? Actually, where would it even be, though? Okay, well, unimportant. One brick. Take that. Here. Made the call 2 months ago. Was told will try to get me in time before summer, but no guarantees. Got an appointment in the mail today for the end of May. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, waiting on appointments for stuff like that to open up can take a while, because I don't know. I think that kind of stuff is like they have like specialists or something that have to do those kind of things, and there's probably only so many people. Is it just like a, although I'm curious because my partner is in not like the kind of stuff that would be doing that kind of stuff, but in an adjacent field. So I'm kind of wondering, is it like are there like is it because like they just can't get people to like fill the positions, or are they just like not, are the positions just like not available? Are they not putting funding towards having the appropriate amount of people? Because here in the States it's very much the they don't have people because, well, mostly because they don't want to pay people a living wage, so that's a whole thing. I gotta get more. The special staff just quit due to poor working conditions. Really? What's going on with you guys? Because that's pretty much how it is over here too. Um, that's well, yeah. It's a little bit more complicated over here than to say simply just poor working conditions, but the issue over here is that any kinds of like those jobs, they just simply don't pay the amount that they don't pay an amount that's worth the amount of work that you put in, which I guess is a type of poor working condition, but I feel like when people say poor working conditions, like the connotations are a little bit different than that. But I'd be very interested in hearing more about whatever's going on over there. I don't get unsurprisingly, but we don't get a whole lot of Swedish news here in America unless it's something really bad or otherwise interesting happening. Oh, and to make fun of you guys sometimes. We do that sometimes too. I remember this was a long time ago, but I remember Sweden was in the American news for a little bit because the way it was reported, this was back like pre 2016, I think. I think of a lot of things in pre and post 2016. It was a pretty significant year. Um, but like I think it was pre 2016. There was this thing going around, or maybe it was post, where they were making fun of Stockholm because they said like they got the story. This is what the story said. This is not my personal opinions on this. They said like some feminists got in charge of the government and changed the snowplow scheduling or something, and it caused a bunch of gridlock in Stockholm or something. I really don't know a whole lot about that situation because it was like kind of one of those things that was posted as like, look, this is why like socialism and feminism and trying things that aren't just manly capitalism, this is why they're bad. But I don't remember what the actual like what actually happened because I wouldn't be surprised if that was like a very reductivist way of looking at the situation. But why is there a barrel out here? What is this barrel doing? Is this just a barrel of water? What are you doing out here, barrel? Collecting water? Yeah, that's good. I'll take you with me. That's pretty based. But yeah, it's hard to I mean I was gonna say it's hard to get a good idea of what's going on in other countries just from like American news. But to be fair, it's pretty hard to get an idea of what's going on here from American news. So like it's not like that big of a difference. Just propaganda from your news, but yes, some politicians decided it was a good idea to snowplow budget based on how much it snowed last year because that couldn't go wrong. Oh, yeah, so like they didn't put in enough cuz when you say that what I immediately think is like they did it for like the previous year and then the next year there's more snow and that's why it was an issue. That makes sense. Yeah, that's a lot more plausible than what our American news or I don't even know if it was well, I guarantee you there was some news stations that were reporting it like that, but that makes a lot more sense than what I had heard. I kind of figured they were being a little facetious there. Yeah, it's crazy too because like I remember a lot of people being all like, "Haha, look at this! It's so funny. Make fun of the people in Sweden for doing their snowplows wrong." But it's like, dude, we don't do our snowplows right here in America either. I don't know what they were on about. Yeah, yeah. No, this is it's classic. That is a classic situation. Uh, that happens like I'm pretty sure that happens like everywhere. Oh, hold on. Because it's the issue is when you get as much as like politician, I personally think that like politician is a pretty well like you do want your politicians to be career politicians because like politician is a job that has a certain set of skills that you need to develop and not like anyone can just walk in and be a politician. But the issue is that a lot of times politicians tend to like, only be politicians. And so when it comes to stuff like that, that's more like practical stuff or things that, if you don't experience the repercussions, you're not going to you're not going to like you're not going to be able to foresee like obvious conclusions or obvious results. And which is why I think we definitely need a lot more people that can like say like, hey, this is gonna be a bad thing to start with. Yeah. Well, I don't know if they necessarily need to be more than just politicians, but I think they need to like take more in order to be a good politician, you should be going out of your way um and seeking opinions of people that aren't politicians as well, right? Um like, you know, that's what I think it takes, and that's not even just like politicians, but like good leaders in general. Like if you're at a job or something, like, even if you're the one in charge of the project, you should still like listen to your workers, because like they might know something that you don't, you know? I think that's the big issue, is that like it's never really given any consideration that, hey, we should like maybe talk to somebody who might know, or maybe like, get some more information, do some testing before we implement changes that are going to affect people's lives. It's really crazy too, because like that's kind of how it is a lot of times, at least, over here. But it's like a lot of times the politicians, and I know they have like constraints and stuff, like we're talking about like allocating budgets and everything, but like I feel like they don't take enough time to, like, they don't appreciate their own job that much. During COVID, listen to experts in illness. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's true. See, like, I think oh, I feel like I had a point there for a second and then it left my head. Um but like, like I said, yeah. I think politicians don't appreciate their own job that much, because if I'm being honest with you, aside from like because like obviously politicians have to do like diplomacy and stuff, but that's more at like a higher like um state level or like country level type stuff. But like, I think politicians don't appreciate that their job really is to be like the people that gather the information from all these other fields and put them together to come to a decision on where would be the best place to like put our, because that's really what politicians are, or what they should be, right? um they really should be the person that is there who gathers up the information and then decides where to allocate resources, because that's what they do. They're deciding where we should put our taxes, where we should put everything. And like, if you're gonna like, I think they just don't appreciate that anymore. Like, politicians just don't even consider that as like part of their job in some respects, I would think. But like, that really is what the job is. Like, we put you in charge because you're here to like, you're here to be the one who has the information or has access to the information. Because like, that's the thing, right? Anything that like a state, as in like or like a society, anything that like a society does, like, there's all sorts of unintended consequences from anything. Like, it running a country is hard, you know? Like, there are so many things that you can do and they sound great on paper, but then you didn't think about one thing, and then it's turns out it was actually a horrible idea from the start. And I think like, I think we just need to accept that that's a thing, that like, not everyone can have all the information, but as a collective, we stand a much better chance. It's really annoying because in my country, I saw a lot of people talking about like CDC stuff. Our I guess CDC is just an American thing. It's our Center for Disease Control. Um, but like, it's a real shame how like anti-science a lot of people have gotten. I mean, people have been kind of anti-science for a while, but it's gotten a lot worse recently, I feel. And it's really sad because like, fundamentally, if you look at like ideas like anti-science, or just anything where people don't want to listen to experts, there are times when there's like a degree of like actual reasoning behind it, which is typically things like here in America, like sometimes our experts do just flat out lie to us because they were, like bought and paid for by a corporation, but that's an entirely separate issue. But like, the like root of anti-science and anti-intellectualism is basically this idea that like, you as an individual can be an authority on everything. Oh my god. You know, you're absolutely right. I had I had so many other, and man, the whole vaccine, the trackers and the vaccines is one of the stupidest things that has ever like come about. It's one of the dumbest conspiracy theories. I got some stories about this. Hold on. Let me get some more drink. First of all, you're absolutely right. Smartphones, they got trackers in them. Or well, yeah, I guess smartphones really do just have trackers in them. They can tell your precise location, which, when everything is going good is a fine and pretty useful feature, but it can definitely be used for bad things. And it was crazy because I had a friend who, if you ever had those the Amazon Alexa dot things, um they received one from a family member during Christmas, and I was like, "Oh, that's neat." I mean, I had one. I used it as an alarm clock and like a timer, which in all honesty, if you're just doing it for like if you just had a voice activated device that was only a clock and like a timer, or like an alarm, that's actually pretty useful. The rest of the thing was useless, but whatever. But anyways, they were talking about how like they didn't want to put it in their house because they were worried about it, like, oh, it's always listening and always and is like tracking everything you say and all that stuff. And it's like, dude, you guys have like two phones each, because like these were some people who had like they had work phones from their jobs, so they each had at least two cell phones, and one of the guys literally worked for the state, and like, so literally had a phone from the state. And it's like, okay, yeah, but Amazon tracking you, yeah, that's bad, I guess. It's just whatever. And that's the real big thing, is like anybody who's like complaining about like things tracking you, it's like, yeah, you guys, like, what do you guys do with your phones? Like those things. And oh my god, I got a few other things to talk about with that. That brings up a couple other points I had. uh, okay. Anyways, but like the vaccines thing. Okay, listen to this. I think I've told part of this story before, but I feel like the last time I've tried telling this story, I got sidetracked and forgot to do the tell the story part. But I had, when I was in college, when I was in university, there was, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, you're right. I also, like I said, I had an Amazon. I had one of those Echo Dot things. I got it because it was like super cheap. They had it all for like, I don't know, like $20, and I wanted to try it out. I didn't like it, so I don't even know where I put that thing. I think it's in storage somewhere. It it's it's probably a device that's worth $20, but like all the extra stuff they put in it, like, does kind of make it a little silly. But yeah, and I try to avoid shopping on Amazon nowadays if I can, but they kind of have a stranglehold on a lot of things in the States. But anyways, when I was in university, um, I had a not a friend. This wasn't a friend of mine. This was just a person that I knew through. It was from D&D. I have messed up because my scaffolding's on the other side of this. Is hello. Um, we were playing D&D, and this one guy, um, he he was saying something about, he said don't get the vaccine because um he said don't get the vaccine because it's being funded by Microsoft, by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I'm like, okay. I mean, I know Microsoft is a major corporation. I think this is actually a little bit, there's currently actually BDS has said to start boycotting Microsoft products, which actually does include Minecraft, which does make it a little bit awkward that I'm streaming Minecraft. But anyways, um and like all that stuff with Microsoft, like Microsoft's a corporation at the end of the day, so like don't trust corporations. Um But this guy was saying to... I'm gonna get blackwood. I'm gonna get some blackwood. Where do I have any blackwood yet? This guy was saying because Bill Gates had said something about wanting to put tracking devices in the, or put microchips in the vaccine, right? Or put like a tracking in the vaccine. So I told that because we were in a Discord call, because this was like, obviously this was during COVID, right? So we're in a Discord call, waiting for the DM to finish up something. And so this guy says this like completely out of pocket, and I'm like, that sounds pretty fantastical. Like that sounds like it's, you know, not really true that Bill Gates said he wanted to put tracking chips in the vaccine. That sounds like something that's not very credible. So I told him, like, where did you get that? I want to see your source. And he's like, waits a little bit of time, and he's like, oh yeah, see, it says it right here in this article. And I remember legit when in the call, like the exact thing I said was, no, I don't want you to tell me about what your source says. I want you to give me your source. And so he linked me the article that he was reading, and turns out that it didn't actually say that. So it was literally just he just got clickbaited by a headline, because like the headline definitely made it sound like that, but if you actually read the article, that's not what happened. It was something about like somebody asked him about like I think it was like unrelated. I think it was like something about like you know how like some people get those like chips implanted in their skin that they can use to like access digital stuff, like their cards and everything. I'm pretty sure it was something like that. I don't really remember. But the reason why the tracking uh yeah, no, exactly. Like Bill Gates is still pretty problematic, and Microsoft doesn't really have anything to do with Bill Gates anymore. And there's still a lot of criticism you can level at Bill Gates and Microsoft, both for being billionaires and billion-dollar corporations. But at the end of the day, if I had to choose, I probably would pick Bill Gates over a lot of the other billionaires and other corporations that are doing things. Like, as bad as Microsoft is, they're definitely not like Amazon levels of bad, or like, well, actually, I was gonna say Tesla, but I don't think Tesla's actually that bad as a corporation. I think it's just the fact that it's owned by Elon. That's the only real bad thing about Tesla. I think the people that work at Tesla are probably pretty fine individuals. But anyways, now here's the thing about those tracking chips in the vaccine, though. It's such a dumb idea because, like, isn't it wild that people even think that that's like a technology that like exists? Because you can't do that. Like, you could maybe subdermally implant a tracking transmitter into a person, but that's going to require quite a bit of surgery and isn't going to be just in a shot. I don't know the exact, because I'm not a huge engineer person, but ironically, the guy who was making these claims was actually an engineering student, and one of my friends who knew a little bit more about engineering than I do mentioned that in order to have a in order to have something like that be able to like transmit information, you need something that's at least like a 3-inch long antenna. And that's not making it into a vaccine. You are right though. There are some people that believe the earth is flat. But I feel like there's less people that believe the earth is flat than believe that the vaccine has tracking chips in it for some reason. Ow. Jerk. Hey, what about you? Ow! Okay. I'm kind of leaving this dark just for fun so I can go in there and kill those guys. I should put up these bones, though. But like I feel like the tracking in the vaccines is a much more prevalent conspiracy theory. But yeah, those flat earth people are interesting, to say the least. I'm gonna put mobs. True. Yeah, I mean, there's like so many things. Like, if you were to place something that could like transmit a signal into a person, it probably would have to be pretty close to the skin. And like I said, you'd have to have that thing like grafted in there or something. And it's not gonna be as simple as just like somebody sticks you with a needle and now they can track your exact location. Like that's science fiction. We don't have that kind of technology yet. Which I think is like one of the big issues with a lot of these conspiracy theories is that like these people are like just living in a fantasy world at some point because like we just don't have the technology. Oh, I don't know if you guys heard about this one. I wouldn't be surprised. It's very embarrassing, so I bet this is something that other countries would hear about. um, during the during the lead up to the 2020, no, not 2020, 2024 election. I keep forgetting it's 2025 already. During the build up to the 2025 election, we had um we had a conspiracy theory that was running around because we were getting hit with a bunch of hurricanes at the time, and the hurricanes were hitting primarily red states, which, like, I mean, if you know anything about the United States, like, yeah, no duh. Like, the places where tornadoes hit happen to be red states. Like, that's just been a thing forever. It's always been like that. But like, yeah, I'm sure you heard about the part where people started saying that the Democrats have machines that can control the weather and hit specific places with hurricanes. It's like everybody pointed out the obvious like flaws with all that kind of rhetoric. Like first of all, like yeah, they can make hurricanes on demand, but they can't like put out wildfires in California or something. For some reason, every time there's a wildfire in California, that's like God's judgment, but a tornado hits or a hurricane hits Louisiana, and that's the Democrats, even though it happens constantly. It's not like this is a new thing. Heck, one of the worst hurricanes that hit Louisiana was during Bush's presidency, so I don't know what that says. Can I put things here? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hot. That's nice. This is going well. I'm gonna put Blackwood on top. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, this is what we're going with. Um, but yeah, it's just a lot of it's a lot of it's just crazy how much like how little people actually understand about the world, right? Like these people who are thinking that they think we have access to weather control machines. You know how cool that would be if we actually had that? You know? Right? You know how cool that technology would be? If I control the weather, I'd make it always be a thunderstorm or musk Putin. Yeah, that'd be funny. The endless Russian winter. God. I wish we had weather control machines. Like I said, you know how cool that technology would be if we actually had it? That's real sci-fi level stuff there. That's cool. That's the kind of thing that you know, that you can do in like Stellaris. And that's cool. Okay, yeah, see, this is gonna look I think this is looking pretty good. Hi there, creeper. Hey, you guys wanna come out here and fight me? Oh my god. I'm loving this scythe. But it's like it's so crazy. I feel like a lot of people actually I as much as I love sci-fi as a genre, I feel like it's done irreparable damage to a lot of people because like I feel like a lot of them see things in sci-fi and are like, "Wow, that's cool. That's so cool that that exists." He didn't get me. It was fine. I think I might be able to survive a creeper explosion anyways, although I would be very upset with the amount of damage it would do to the surrounding structure. Because with full red steel armor and 2 bars of health, I think I can survive a point blank creeper explosion. But who knows? I'm not gonna test it though. We're not gonna test that theory. Speaking of testing theories, I don't know why I said that. It has nothing to do with what's going on here. Uh, I should make. Okay, how am I gonna make glass? Because I need a bunch of glass panes. I know there's gonna be a real easy way to make it. Cutter is probably our most likely. Yeah, cutter. Because this is 2 for each, and this is more, almost 3. Okay, and then I can make this. Yeah, I need the glass dust. I need to do, it's like flint powder and something, right? Quartz sand and small pile of flint dust. And I can get the quartzite dust and everything by grinding up sand, can't I? Quartzite is specifically... Quartzite's a specific thing, but the other one... this one, we can get by grinding up sand. Which I feel like we have some already. I don't know where it would have gone. But I know I made some at some point. I know there's some small flint dust around here too. Where did I put that stuff? I could have sworn I had some quartzite. Quartz sand. Yeah, I don't know why it would be back here, but I'm just double checking. I think I must have used what I had made. But I know there's flint dust in here somewhere. Yeah, we're at the part of the game where I'm looking through every chest 2 or 3 times before I find what I'm looking for. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Quartzite, sand. Unless I left it in here. Oh, I did. Does sound like something I would do. Okay, you're done. Let's make the rest of these into brick blocks real quick. Or not. I'll just leave it there. What's going... Oh, yeah. Well, I come over here and I'm like, what was I even doing over here? I guess this stuff can go back in here. Okay. Alright, we're gonna wait a little bit while this spins and mixes our quartzite, our glass dust. But, yeah. Weather machines would be cool. Man, I was talking about sci-fi. I think sci-fi has done some irreparable damage to people when it comes to when it comes to like their understanding of technology. I think there are so many people that believe that we have access to technology that we don't have access to, and it's so surreal to me because it's like ooh, I already have some of these. Because it's like, man, if we have all that stuff, where is it? You know? Like, oh. I know the answer. I know the conspiracy answer. The answer is that like the government's hiding it for some reason. Because like really, I think your average person actually thinks that we live in Marvel. You know? Which doesn't make any sense because like in Marvel, like I think people know that aliens exist at this point. But like, you know, it really does just feel like people think we live in like a Marvel movie. Now, hello kitty cat. How are you? Are you here to claw and scratch at me? Yes, you are. Hi. Yes, I love you, little baby. I don't know. Give me a second. Let me put the battery in here so I can at least do this while I'm petting you. But yeah, I think people legitimately think we live in Marvel, where the government has like access. And this is why I think like Marvel movies kind of count as I'm sure you guys might be familiar with the term propaganda. This is not making what I wanted it to make. This is making glass panes. Hold on. I must have to set it onto a certain... No, hold on. Actually, why aren't you cutting it into... Hold on. Why aren't you cutting it right? 3 pieces of glass, water. There's no... Oh no, is this a conflicting recipe? That's what it is. This is a conflicting recipe. Okay. Well. I could probably fix this. It would tie in with Flat Earth conspiracy that the sky and night sky is just a hologram made by NASA. Yeah, true. It would. That's the thing, is like a lot of these conspiracies like rely on each other, you know? Um yeah, good way to keep that. I wonder if I could find where that recipe is stored. Give me a second while I um but yeah, it really is crazy. It's like interesting to... It's like I will admit, like the level of technology that would have to be present for a lot of these conspiracies to be real is like honestly really cool. I like looking at those kind of things. Like that's some cool tech. I also think, while we're on the topic of really cool tech, I think that a lot of um hold on one second. I gotta remember how to do this command. Um this okay, there we go. Um yeah, good widow. Good widow. Widow. Greg Tech recipe. Server script Greg Tech recipes. Gotta be where this stuff gets held. Um I don't remember where I was going with some of the conspiracy stuff. I don't know. It's so hard to um it's so hard working with like looking through conspiracy theories. Like I said, a lot of the stuff with conspiracy theories, it does sound pretty cool. Favorite fail by flat earth people is when someone tried to make a documentary proof. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. I didn't um I didn't look too much into the um I didn't look much into the video myself, but I did hear people talking about that. Third glass. You know what the annoying thing about you know what the slightly annoying thing about having to deal with TerrafirmaGreg and like trying to change recipes and stuff is that half of the comments are in Russian. So it's kind of hard for me to figure out, or for me to index things when half of everything's in Russian. I don't speak Russian, unfortunately. Let's see. Ooh, cheese. Cheese. It really is. Um, it's a shame that I don't speak Russian. I think I might just have to do this on my own though. I'm trying to dig through the recipe files to see where they made the changes to add it in. But like I'll be real with you. It's probably better for me to just try and um for me to just add it into my own file, because so I talking about like the architecture and everything. The changes that I've made using Cube.js are stored in a um they're stored in their own separate file. And the reason I did that was because if the game gets updated, then I if the game gets updated and I make changes to files that like TerraFirmaGreg has added in, like the team,
there's no guarantee that my changes are going to stick. So I could just like keep track of like where I'm changing these files, but I could also just make my own file. That file's not going to get touched by an update, and all I have to do is add in like a couple lines to make sure that the main thing pulls recipes and stuff from my file. Uh so it's probably did it? Hold on. It looks good on my end. Hello, Amethyst. I put that in chat just in case if Robo's having trouble with his internet, then he wouldn't might not be able to hear me talking. But hi Amethyst. How are you doing? I'm doing good. How are you? I'm building a building. Um I'm working on building up that building and I need more glass panes and the recipe for glass panes isn't really working. See, like, look, I'm trying to make glass panes using this cutter recipe where it takes 3 blocks and turns it into 8 glass panes. But the issue is it's conflicting with this recipe, which takes 1 block and makes one of these glass panes, which isn't the same thing. And so I'm probably about to open up some stuff and do a little bit of tinkering in Cube.js. Yeah. That's actually probably a pretty good idea. Let's go out into creative while we work on this, because I'm gonna be changing that. It could be. Uh, but to be fair, with the way my internet is, there's no telling. Let's see. I think it's fine on my end. My stream health monitor on the side gives me like the over the last 15 minutes, which isn't very helpful because it just means that like 15 minutes after the fact, I get feedback saying that um oh, well there was something there for a second. My internet did do something there for a second, so who knows. Um if there's ever any issues with stream, it's probably a good idea to try and refresh stream just to see if maybe because you get desynced if it's like that anyways. But first, well, ignoring that, I got to figure out what I'm doing. I'll take this battery. Well, you can keep it actually. You need a cutter. Do these count as okay? Basic cutter. Okay, Robo. Thanks for stopping by. Always great hearing from you. Have a good sleep. I hope it is restful. But I'll see you later. Okay, put a battery in here. Okay. All right. What am I doing now? It's a good question. What am I gonna do now? Oh, I forgot to do. Oh, it's okay. Hold on. It's getting a little hot in here. So I gotta check my recipes and stuff. I know there's a way to let me pull up my my Cube.js and everything, my Kate whatnot. Researching on how to celebrate a celebration that starts tomorrow. That sounds a lot of fun. Um, sounds like a lot of fun. I don't know. I know tomorrow's the start of May, so I don't know of any celebrations that start at the start of May, but that sounds like a lot of fun. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna be pulling up my script. Get to them. Oh, pagan celebration. I might be familiar with some of them. I'm familiar with some pagan celebrations, but not familiar enough to recall them off of the top of my head. So if you gave me a name, I might know what it is, but I can't make a guarantee. Okay. We're in Cube.js now. Welcome to welcome to the code, my friends. Okay, so first of all, I got to figure out how to
remove recipes specifically. Beltane? No, I don't know that one. The only one I can remember is Lupercalia. Um, unless I do know, I know there's a pagan celebration that happens sometime around this time of year that is supposed to be Sabbath. I don't know anything about it then. You'd have to I'm if you want to talk more about it, I know you said you were going to lurk, so I don't want to pressure you into doing anything. But if you want to talk about it, I am interested in learning more. Let's see. Okay. Recipes. I gotta figure out how to remove recipes better. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I think I know what we're gonna do. What we need is event dot remove output of Minecraft. Hold on. Is there not a way I can just edit a recipe that already exists? Can I add stuff to a recipe? I don't think I can. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's not. Um let's see. I am upset because I forgot to celebrate Lupercalia this year because I forgot about it. Um, but let's see. Okay, remove Minecraft glass. I'm pretty sure it's just. Hold on. I gotta remember that if I minimize it, you guys get to see what I'm doing in Minecraft as well. Can I? Okay. Inventory glass pane. One of these. One of these. Okay. So one of the 8 Sabbats on the wheel of the year in the Northern Hemisphere is what exactly is a Sabbat? I'm not familiar with that term. I know Sabbath, but I don't know if they're related. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess I can turn on advanced tooltips, can't I? I keep forgetting that's a thing. Minecraft underscore glass pane. Which is what I thought. I didn't say what I meant. I messed up there, but I think you guys get it. Glass underscore pane. All right, so this will remove every single instance of a recipe for a glass pane, which is not what we want. We need to find out. Okay. So then I'm pretty sure what we need to add into here is okay. So output Minecraft glass pane, and we put in pipe. The type is going to be oh god. Okay. I think we can do GTEU cutter. Okay, and let's save that. Okay. So if I check my recipes for this glass pane, we'll see that we have oh, it does say it up there. GTCU cutter. Okay, wonderful. Okay. So, if I
hold on. Let me write down what's here so I can use that later. Heck. A Sabbath is the pagan celebration to honor the changing of the seasons. Okay, that makes sense. Why there would be 8 of them in a year then. What exactly? What would? Because it sounds like there's a few more seasons in this structure than I'm used. So is this just like a mid? This is like the in between. I don't know any. I only know the 4 basic seasons, which I somewhat celebrate the. Why don't I have more books here? You're sitting on it. Sorry, I was looking for my notebook. My cat was sitting on it. Why do I have much stuff here? Okay. All right, I gotta write this down though because I don't want so that I can put the recipes back in, right? Um. Okay. So. Okay. Um. 3 glass panes. Okay. 1 millibucket of. Why do I not get an advanced tooltip for the loot for the liquids? There's one at each solstice and equinox, and one at the middle of each season. Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting from what you've been saying. I don't know about the middle ones. I know there's like references to old old festivals I know about where you have the Midsummer's Festival, which I assume has something to do with that, which uh explains why it was always a midsummer festival and not like just a summer festival. Okay, 4 millibuckets of water. Two per tick. Then we got distilled water. Water. You know, I could probably write a function. I could I could probably write a helper function for this, couldn't I? I gotta figure out if this works in the first place. And 7 EU per tick. Okay. All right. So if I reload, those recipes should go away. Okay. So now if I check the recipes, there's no recipes that use a cutter. Okay. So now that we've gotten rid of the recipes that use a cutter, we're free to add some in. You know, there's a lot of things. It'd probably be easier just to do these. Probably would be easier just to do these separate, but that's okay. Okay. So let's do our glass pane. Okay, yeah, feel free. You don't have to say it anymore. Conflict Let's see. All right. So event.recipes.gcu.putter. We're gonna do the name. Okay. I guess these strings can kind of be as long as we want them to be, can't it? I don't know where they even get. I don't even know where they even get referenced. I'm gonna put pains using water. Man, I'm looking at this right now. Like, man, I could just write this all in a single function, and then you know what? Why not? Let's just do that. Just do a function. Function. Uh, Glass butter fix. What would we take in for our arguments? We'll take in. Let's see. We'll take in a fluid, we need the duration and the EU per tick, which I'll just put out as that. Let me put this other curly brace at the end. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm doing, can you? Hold on, let me. Where do I put my avatar for when I'm doing stuff? Oh, I think I'm back, actually. Yeah, it looks like I'm back. Okay, cool. Sorry about that inconvenience. It happens every once in a while. I'm having issues with my ISP. I know you can't see me. I removed my avatar so that you could see me coding better if that's I mean because I mean that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Um but you know, I put my avatar back in. I'll just move him down so that you can't see him, but you can like see me in the background moving. Uh okay. Anyways, okay, so I was doing a little bit more of coding while my internet was having some issues. If you're not caught up, whenever this happens, sometimes you might have to like refresh your page, so that I can get back, um, back in sync. I am calling them today after. What is this going on? I have to find server binary typing. All right. Yeah, it can't find I can't figure out what link. Get rid of those. Okay. Item inputs. Okay, so the next thing is dot put fluids fluid. Oh god. Fluid dot of. Let's see. Well, I was gonna say, let me check. The issue is like the fluids come from different. The fluids come from different things. Um, like water, distilled water. Ah, okay. Water bucket, salt water bucket, distilled water bucket. Yeah, I can't necessarily use. I guess it doesn't matter what internally what the name for these functions are. I don't think it actually like matters all that much. So I guess I could just do fluid of fluid. Oops. Fluid. Oh my god, I can't spell. Fluid of fluid. And we need, oh heck. Mm, okay. I'll add another parameter. Fluid, comma, amount. And then do dot duration, going to be duration. Do per tick, going to be. Okay, so now all I have to do is call this function. And then I do. Let's see. I think this has to be a Minecraft water. The amount is 4. Duration for this is supposed to be 5. Then 7. Okay. Then I could just copy and paste this twice. Let's get the actual names. Let's get the actual names of all the stuff. Distilled water. And int. That's what I thought those names were going to be. We'll change this to distilled water. Int. Oh, I need to add in. I need the programmable circuit. That's actually okay, but we're gonna see if this works. Which will make it easier to fix. Okay, distilled water is an amount of 3. Duration 0.75. They all actually use the same EU per tick. Now that I'm looking at it. So actually, I'm gonna erase this, replace that with 7, get rid of this parameter, and get rid of this. Okay, and with lubricant, we use 1 millibucket over 2.5 seconds. Okay, if this is correct, then when I reload, oops, let me minimize and reload. Okay. This should work, should give us the recipes. Okay. We are 2 hours in, which means we're halfway through stream. So if there's anybody watching who is new to the stream, do you remember that? Um, or do you remember? What am I saying? If there's anybody who's new to the stream, we do go for about, um, we go for 4 hours. So we got another 2 hours left. Is there anyone? If there's anyone watching who is not yet subscribed or following, make sure you hit that follow button. Really helps us out. You could be our 20th follower, and you'll get to know when I go live. Let's see. How do I? How do I? Not consumable. Ah, found it out. Okay. There's a thing I can do. There's apparently a thing I can add into this function. I'm gonna add it right here, and it's gonna be dot circuit. Now, I'm not exactly sure how this works, but I'm gonna assume I can just put an integer in here. So I'm gonna put this on a 1 for this. Actually, let me check my. Let's check. Okay. So this is before I made that change. Oops. So this is before I made that change. So now I should be able to check recipe here. Ooh, there's nothing in here, actually. Hold on. What? Okay. Why though? This has got to be something, because I remember trying to add a recipe to the cutter before, and for some reason it didn't work. Can I get access in here? What are we doing? Cutter. Okay. Not what I wanted. What? I need, okay, hold on. Because the thing is, it does say right here, GTCEU cutter. Which, like, you'd think. GTCEU.cutter. Why is it not? Why are you not working? It didn't give me any. It didn't give me any um errors. Hold on. This should I want to change this. Um nah, we'll change it later. Why didn't you give me why Minecraft underscore glass pane? No, hold on. Okay. Hmm. Fluid amount duration. Why giving me what I want? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I did a reload. Let's do another reload just in case. No, you guys can't see me in game. Sorry, I left the left the code up. Which, to be fair, I was also like using it to while I'm in here at the same time. Okay. Okay, check the recipes. It doesn't have a cutter recipe. Why? 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 Should all be. Yeah, because GEU cutter. Why is the cutter specifically not working? Why is it specifically giving me so much problems? Recipes, BTC cutter. This is like the exact same thing. Item inputs, input fluids. circuit? That didn't shouldn't matter. Duration. U per tick. This should all be good. This should all be fine. But the question is, why isn't it working? Right, because like it also shows that like assembly line is so what can I make with an assembler? It's something I can make with an assembler. Yeah, so this is yeah, it just says assembler. It's gotta be that like there's a conflict somewhere. Like this has gotta be like this isn't the right name for this machine or something. Hold on. I'm trying to look through a couple things, but that says assembler. Why does it say assembler machine? Okay, somebody is. Wait, assembly line is different, isn't it? Yeah, that is an actual different thing from the assembler. Okay. Ah. This might. I don't know if this is going to help me at all, but it looks like we can also replace. We can also like modify recipes. But I don't know. I don't know exactly how. Oh, actually, I think I see. But I don't I can use it to replace inputs, but I don't know if I can use it to add inputs. I need a circuit added to this. How do I do this? Why is it not working for the cutter? The thing I don't understand is why they don't just have why they just don't just have like things like some documentation like listed out. Because I can look up how to do custom machines, but I want a I want I want existing machines. I just want you to list me all the existing machines. I don't know I don't know what's going on there. Okay. But why aren't you But here's the thing, it can't be that. I can't have named it wrong, right? I can't have named it wrong because if I had named it wrong, this wouldn't have worked. So it has to be a cutter in the in here. So why aren't you giving me what I want? What is this? What is this? Why how did you get up here? I don't know. I don't think that had anything to do with it, but that shouldn't have been there. I could try reloading anyways, just in case. I think that got put in there on accident. Load. Okay. So, maybe this time it'll work. Okay, well I got errors. That's helpful. Register Samson recipes is not defined. I must have missing semicolon before statement. It's got to be. It's got to be. I messed something up when I did that. What did I mess up? There has to be like something.
I must have messed up a I must have messed up a syntax. Something for the syntax somewhere. Okay, where does this end? Okay, so that's all encapsulated. This is a normal function call. As far as I know, this is correct. What did it mean? It was missing a semicolon. Oh, what is this doing here? How did this get in here? How did I even do that? Okay. All right, reloading again. Love it. Okay, no errors. Wait for it to reload because it's got to do all the EMI stuff. And there's still no recipes that use the cutter. Hello? Hi. Hi, though. Item inputs. 3x Minecraft glass. Done. That's the item inputs. Input fluids, fluid of fluid, which like, so for the first function call would be Minecraft water. Amount, which is 4. And then the duration, which gets used here, 5. We do have a circuit saying it's going to be circuit on 1 for all of those, and U per tick is 7. I'm really not seeing an issue with this code anywhere. It could... No. I was going to say it could be something to do with this being an integer instead of a string, but that's not how this works. This is all that it should be. Fluid of, fluid of, fluid dot of the fluid, the name, and then the amount, which is exactly what I did up here, and this worked. So I'm just trying to figure out, where did I go wrong? What did I do wrong here? This is encapsulated, so these are all together in the function. Good there, good there. I got matching parentheses everywhere. Nothing crazy going on here. But why? I ask. Why? Why are you not working? As far as I can tell, this should just work. Unless there's like something else that's messing with it and stopping it from working. This should just work. I don't know why I've never been able to figure out how to make cutting recipes. Why is it that I can't figure out how to make cutting recipes? Did I tell it to wait, did I give it an output? Oh, this doesn't have any outputs. Well, I think I may have found the problem. I never even bothered to give this stupid thing an output. 8x Minecraft glass pane. Okay. All right. Oops, I didn't. Keep forgetting I have to actually minimize that. Okay, let's try reloading this. Okay. Well. Item outputs is not defined. Maybe it's just item output.
It's probably just item output. Oh, wait, nope. I didn't put a period in front of it. I love the reloading show. We love reloading. Give us more reloading. All right. Cutter. Bam. I have done it. I've done it, chat. I have done the it. Now, that's only half of the problem though. We need to change the recipes for this too. Which actually, hold on, let me go back. These. Okay, so these are different. It would have been funny if they were the same because I could have made changes to my code to fix that. Okay. Let me just look. One glass into... Okay, this is called a glass plate. CU glass plate. All right, I just got to write these down. 15 millibuckets water. Okay. And they all use the same EU protect, so we don't have to worry about that. 3 millibuckets lubricant. And 11 millibuckets distilled water. And that takes 12 seconds. Okay. So, now that we know what we're doing, it'd be easy to do this again, right? Go back into my cube.js. We're going to make ourselves a new function, but we're going to copy the old one. We're going to copy this old function. I'm going to call this, God, see, here's the issue. I really should have named these functions differently, you know? I really should have named these functions more comprehensible or more specific, because it shouldn't just be this. Let's see. Glass under... Can I... Hold on, can I actually... Does this have refractoring? Editing. Not what? Swap clip with clipboarded contents? No. Okay. I don't think I can do the thing I was wanting to do, but that's fine. Okay, so we'll do... Glass pane cutter. And I'll call this one glass plate cutter. I should probably add fix to the end just in case. God, I'm hitting the wrong buttons now. Yeah, this will make these a little... This will make it make a little bit more sense. Which means I can... it really was just the same thing. No, I need you to get out of the way. Okay. How do I... Okay. Abe. Man, I gotta... The issue is, I got this big mic in my way, and it kind of... If I lean too much into one direction, I'm worried about bumping into it. Okay. So we'll just switch this to plates. Okay, let's change glass. Let's add glass to the front of this so it doesn't conflict with anything. Okay, and this is going to be just one piece of Minecraft glass with the fluid of the blah, 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 and this is going to be 1x ETCEU glass plate. We're going to put the circuit on a 2. The EU per tick. I didn't check. It was 30, I'm pretty sure. Double check that. No, you can't see this, but I'm checking in Minecraft. Recipe. Yeah, it's 30 EU per tick. Okay. This should be all of it. And then I just have to do some function calls. Okay. Copy that because I'm going to need a second. I really should get used to doing all this with the keyboard again. I used to be able to do it, and I can do it if I remember, but I don't really need the mouse when I'm coding. Okay, so Minecraft. Oh, wait. Craft water. Mount 15. 16. And then we actually I probably could have just copied the stuff up top, couldn't I? Yeah, sort of. Do that. Okay. Here's the issue with using this, and I how do I get out of it? Starting to appreciate what my professor didn't like about IDEs. Distilled water, 11. 12 seconds. Lubricant takes 8 seconds, and it uses. Okay. So I have all that, and then all I need to do left is we need to copy this this line here. And do glass plate. Okay. If I did that right, then let me minimize JS 8. Okay, if I did that right, then we should be able to reload with no issues. Okay, one error. I'm missing something somewhere. I missed a thing. Check here. This is all fine. There'll be something. Yeah, okay. Missing the close curly bracket. Come on. All right. Hopefully this time. Okay, there we go. Now, wait for it to reload. I check the recipes, and bam. Okay, everything looks the same. Everything looks good. Let's fill this up with a little bit of lubricant. And let's get myself some glass. Okay, so if I put this glass in here, nothing should happen. Nothing's happening. Now, if I turn it to a 1, that was extremely fast. Guess that's the power of using lubricant. That is way too fast. No, that's too fast. That's okay, stop. You can stop. That's far too fast. Hold on, put this in. Okay, put that out. That is far too fast. I think I know what's the problem. The problem is all these durations that I put in here are in seconds, and
Cube.js is expecting them to be in ticks. So we just have to take everything and multiply it by 20. 3.75 times 20. Okay. So that should be a lot better. Yeah, because if I go back in and check, if I check the recipes for these, because this is before we reload. Yeah, this is taking 0.1 second. No wonder that was going so fast. This is why we do our testing. Okay. Second, there we go. So now it should say, yeah, these are more realistic. So now if I put these in here, they'll do nothing. And if I set it to a 1, it'll make glass panes, 8 at a time. If I set it to a 2, this should end up with a glass plate. Ah, yeah, there we go. You know what? I'm having fun coding. I don't know if anybody... I know you guys are just here to hear me talk, so I don't think it really matters a whole lot about what I do. But there's been a thing that has been a thorn in my side for a while now, okay? And that is these things, okay? Here's the issue. Here's why these things are a thorn in my side. It's because these, in order to make these, you have to use a 1 on the assembler, right? In order to make bricks, you also use a 1 on the assembler. What we really need here, because we need the bricks, right? But the bricks require a 0, which is like, okay. So what I want to do is I want to take all these aqueducts. I want to, ooh, I might be able to change it. Ooh. Hold on. I might be able to do this a lot more easily than thought. Place input. Might be able to do it that way. Okay. I think I know. Okay. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something fun. I'm gonna see if it works. Are these tagged? EFC Rock Aqueduct. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna try something. I'm gonna try under here. We're gonna do assembler how the heck do you spell aqueduct? On copying it from here, don't look. Okay, that's pretty close to how I was thinking it was gonna be spelled. Fix. Okay. Wait. Let's dent you a little bit. Okay. So there's a thing we can do called replace input. Oops. Replace input, and we can index things the same way. Output, it's the same way that we did it up here. Output, yeah.
output, and then my tags EFC rock slash aqueducts. Do I do this as a string? Yes. EFC. Oh, let's put the hash in front of it so it knows it's a tag. Rock slash aqueduct. Okay. And then as another parameter, I should be able to do ah man, actually how do I do that? I want to replace the circuit. Okay, let's try who are you? GTCU program circuit and okay. I don't think this is going to work out the way I'm wanting it to work. I don't because I don't think it counts as part of the recipe, but it might. How do I give NBT data at the same time? Editing recipe. There's got to be a thing in here um for MBT. Zone cutting, modifying and replacing recipes. Okay. Um okay, each one of these takes 3 arguments. Oh my god. Okay, let me see if I can search up NBT. Nothing found. How can you not have anything found with hold on. What? JSN data. Oh, I think I see. Okay. This is some confusing stuff with this. Okay. So I think it looks like we could do item of. How does that work? Item interactions, item modifications. Let's see. Okay. So item interaction. Where the heck am I in this? How did I even get here? Whoa. What? You can use Cube.js to change item interactions when you right click? Crazy. Okay, but that's not has nothing to do with what I was wanting to do. Um Change properties of existing items. I think I would need more information in order to I would need more information in order to fully figure out what I'm doing here. Okay. I think it'd be better if we just hmm. Okay, what if I did that was weird. It like flashed my desktop there for a second. Um let's see. TFC, Rock Aqueduct. Okay. Item dot of. Okay, I don't think this is going to work. But the programmable circuit. Okay. The thing is, I don't know what the programmable circuit uses for its data. Okay. Hold on. I'm messing around with stuff in game now. But like this thing, I think it's the NBT tag is why can't can I not look at your NBT tags then? Hold on, maybe no. How do I okay. Vue.js and okay, it is configuration. Item up. Okay. Watch this. I can copy this. Copy that to my clipboard. Okay. So it takes a 1. Hold on. It takes a 1. And if I can replace that with, let's say, a 10, because I almost never want to make aqueducts this way. I'm going to set it to something that the assembler is almost never set to do. Let's save that and go back in here. Push reload. Okay, errors. Where we understand, that's not what I wanted. We understand errors. Reference error, replace input not found. That's weird because I'm pretty sure that's a thing. What did I think I have to put the event part in front of it. Yeah, I have to put event dot replace input, which is weird because I guess I could namespace event, couldn't I? Well, it's probably not worth trying to. Okay, now let's try reloading. Okay, come on. Okay, errors. Can't find method. Can't find method. Error in server.recipes can't find method. It looks like it's at number I don't line number 281. It's probably just that's it. Yeah, 281. Okay. This is how it's supposed to look. Let's double check. This is contained within curly braces. The rest of it should be fine. Because this is all contained. Oops, I see. Okay. There aren't any... The heck? Wait, oops. Okay. Somehow somehow the parentheses got kind of moved off to a weird place. This should be fine now. So let's try again. God, I love troubleshooting. I should make a computer in the world when we get back at some point. I think we're pretty close. Okay. We loaded with no errors. Recipe. It didn't do anything. Womp womp. Okay. All right. This is going to be a little bit more complicated, but not nearly as complicated as it sounds. Okay. Because apparently replacing the input, that didn't do anything.
configuration 1. And if I look at my stuff, we have, okay, it also could be because of this part here. So what if I do rock aqueduct slash granite? Okay. Because that's the first one I'm looking at anyways. I don't think it changed any of the, yeah, it didn't change any of the recipes. It might just be that it's not able to do the to do it like by tags for some reason. So let's see if it'll do it with a single one. Yeah. Okay. That did not work either. So it wasn't able to change anything with this recipe. Okay. But now that we know that that's a thing, we can get on to the actual change. Okay. So there's a couple different things we're going to have to do first. First of all, I'm going to have to go through and find all the different rock types in TFC. So bear with me for a second while I write these down. Okay, so we have let's see. And I did type that in right? Let's check. Rock, aqueduct, granite. Yeah. TFC, rock, aqueduct. All the same, right? Okay. Granite. All right. Yeah, bro. Oh. Stone. I gotta check and make sure that the, yeah. Agglomeraate. Dolomite. Chert. It's a shame we never found any chert. It's actually one of my favorite rocks in this game. I really like the way that it looks. I think it's got a very nice, more unique texture than a lot of other ones, or a very unique color. Salt. Andesite. Biocite. Quartzite. Plate. A lot more rocks in this than I thought, but it's good that we'll have all of this done, because once I have this put in the file, never have to do this again. Nice. Nice rocks. Thank you. Marble. Okay. There we go. Okay, I have all those written down. So now what we have to do is the same thing like we did up here, where we registered a constant that takes care of all the colors. We're going to do a constant, and it's going to be called TFC rock types. I really need, I should do this better. These should be capitalized. I could just do TFC rocks. Let me go change my code down here. This right here. That'll fix that. Ourselves a list. Ugh, this is going to be a little bit annoying to do. Granite. Oh, this is the less glamorous part that they never tell you about. Less glamorous part of coding is just inputting stuff like this.
But hey, I guess, like I said, once I'm done with this, I don't have to do this again because I'll just be able to reference it later. Right. I just gotta make sure I spell everything correctly, because if one of these doesn't get spelled right, you know, it's not gonna work. I also gotta make sure I don't put commas in places where they're not supposed to be. This site. By site. Dacite. Really don't know how to pronounce half of these. It's really crazy. One of those things you don't really um, think of until you start like actually having to talk is that a lot of words you can really encounter just in text and not in uh not spoken at any point. Or even if you do encounter the word spoken, sometimes it just doesn't register that that's the word because like, you're not gonna I feel like if you because I heard somebody say the word nice later in like a video after somebody mentioned that I'd been mispronouncing it, and I noticed it then. But I guarantee you if I hadn't been told that, I guarantee you that they probably would have it probably would have gone over my head. Okay. So for this, now that we have that, I'm gonna leave this here for a second. Well, I do need this. Actually, I do need this. I can get rid of the rest of it, but I do need to remove the recipes. This is all. Wait, no. This is supposed to be in a string. And the curly brackets. There we go. And I really should just put that. Hopefully that will remove all of the recipes. Before I continue on, let's go ahead and reload and see if that worked. Okay. All right, no errors. If I look up aqueducts, there shouldn't be any recipes in the assembler anymore. But there is. Ugh. Okay. Oh my god, you know what? It does say aqueduct with an S. Okay. Let's try something. Hold on. Let me copy that just in case. Okay. Let's see if this works. Having it say aqueduct instead of aqueduct. Even though I don't think it's gonna work. Because we tried it with a single aqueduct and it didn't work. But as always, we can always try it and see if it works. Okay. Alright. Yep. Didn't work like I thought. But that's okay. Oops. Copy that. Remove that. Go back up here. Okay. If we reload. Okay. Now we should be able to check. Why, guys? KFC rock slash aqueduct. Maybe it doesn't need the tag, the hash. There's no way though, right? No, because this is gonna make it think it's an item. It's gonna make it think it's an item. If I reload, this probably isn't gonna work, right? Probably gonna give me an error. No? Okay, but that still didn't do anything. Rock slash aqueducts. I mean, I can also I can I can do it just fine. It's just kind of annoying that this is the way that this is working. DFC rock aqueducts. Yeah. Wait. I spelled assembler wrong. Yeah, let me put the hash back then. Assembler. Assembler. Okay. So there. I'll put TFC rock slash aqu. Hold on. Okay, let's try. Hey, welcome back, Amethyst. I'm still coding stuff. How did I get these? Put them away. Uh, aqueduct. Hold on. Okay. Slash cube.js and hey, look, this is the exact thing that I have. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. And I'm gonna go into here and I'm gonna replace, and there's nothing different. So okay. So the only thing I can think of is that we can't remove items like that, which is kind of weird that I can't just remove these items from the. Because let's see if I can do specifically a granite aqueduct and remove that recipe from the assembler. Okay, we have no errors. Okay. It still has an assembler recipe. Hello? What is... What? Why do we still have a recipe for this? Remove output. I mean, I don't think this space literally doesn't matter, but I'm removing it anyways. Output, TFC rock aqueduct granite, type, GTCEU assembler. Should be the same thing as like what we did up here, right? This is like the exact same code. Type. So weird. Maybe I could just remove it based on mod. Because there's no other mods. There's no other uh
There's no other recipes that that mod adds in. Yeah, because we have the automated shaped crafting and crafting, but those are not going to affect this. Reload. All right, we're coming up on 3 hours into stream. Hello, hello to everybody who is here. If you are new here, we typically only go for 4 hours. So if there's anybody watching who hasn't hit that follow button, give that thing a click because it really helps out the channel. It'll let you know when I go live, and also you could be the 20th follower, and that's really exciting. You're like, why is it not removing? What is wrong with you, thing? Why won't you? Why, why won't you? Why won't you remove this stupid recipe? Okay, hold on. What if I rock aqueduct granite copy? No, not the block. Item? Is it because of the item and the block are named the same thing though? So like, shouldn't matter at all. But look, okay, let's just remove this. It was the exact same thing. It was the exact same thing. I'm gonna go back type GTCEU assembler, not blur from Omicron Persei 7 or 8 or 9. I think blur was from 9. that was the joke. The bad gender joke that they had, which was kind of funny because there was a lot of work that went into that joke, I felt, but something that is different nowadays. Why is this not working? Event remove output, rock aqueduct, granite. This should at the very least be removing the recipe for the granite aqueduct. And yet, we're here with me, not being able to remove this recipe. Why why are we struggling this hard with this one? Aqueduct. That did not remove the recipe. It didn't remove it. Why can't I remove this recipe? Why are you refusing to let me remove you from the game? They're all fine. They're all perfectly fine. But why is it not removing this recipe? I've had troubles with this before where I haven't been able to fully remove recipes, but it didn't affect me like this one is. Why? Oh, why? What could I be doing? What am I doing? What are we doing wrong? Are you supposed to specify if it's a block, like Minecraft block? I No, I don't have to specify that, because like the thing is, technically speaking, the assembler, the recipe is making the hold on. I want to write down real quick the bricks. Um Technically it's making the item anyways. Buckets, liquid, concrete. It shouldn't that shouldn't affect it, but we can always investigate that line of thought and see if we come up with something. Because it realistically it should be exactly the same as up here. Especially because like the Minecraft glass pane is an item that is also a block. So it should just be the same thing. I don't know exactly what, because if we look at the because if we look at the tooltip data, we do see that this is called GTCEU assembler. So I'm not sure why it's not, unless there's like, it could be that the recipes are getting added back in, but like I think
The way I have the file structured, I'm pretty sure it should do that. That's a fair assumption. Yeah, let's double check that. DTCEU ASSEMB ASSE. I think I did spell it properly, but that is always a valid concern. And this should be right. Because I copied this directly from in-game. Because one of the cool things you can do with Cube.js is if you do a Cube.js/hand, it gives you all this information about whatever you're holding, and you can just click and it'll copy it to your clipboard. That's what I did for the aqueduct granite part. Why is it not? Why is this? I think there's a possibility that it has something to do with it. Let me just go ahead and I'll erase this and put it in, and we can try reload. Um, I could try making it with the assembler and see if like it's just lying to me about. Let me do a reload real quick. Oh, I forgot to. We can try it to see if it works or not, because that would be a good way of testing. Let me just get this reloaded just in case. Yeah, because this does. Okay. I will need some. Well, let's put that back. I'll need some liquid concrete and some bricks. We'll take a full thing of granite bricks. You also need an assembler. Okay. And the bricks, and we set it to a 1. Huh. Wow, that's supposed to be the recipe, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, you might be onto something, Amethyst. This might be lying to us. Because that's supposed to cause... We can even try, let's try programming the circuit and see if putting that in there does anything. Nope. And this is the right thing, right? Liquid concrete. Liquid concrete. Unless I accidentally got the wrong kind of... There's only one kind of concrete. Liquid concrete, at least. Liquid concrete bucket. You might be right, Amethyst. It might just be... Oh, wait. I didn't power it. Okay. Well, heck. Well, it was a valiant effort. It was a good attempt. But me plugging in the batteries. Yeah, make sure it's turned on first. Okay. Stop your thing. You stop whatever you're doing. And see, this is how you make the normal... Wait, okay. Yeah, that made the... This is how you make the normal blocks. Or the brick blocks. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, the only thing I can kind of think is that there's a chance that my edit is getting overwritten by later. See, because this is the file main underscore server underscore script. This is the main file that runs events. Oh god, you know what it might be? Well, so this is all supposed to run sequentially, right? The file that we're working in is this one. Samson recipes. You can see where I've added in my own files, and here's where we do the Samson tags, the item tags. So that doesn't really help with my idea that it might be getting overwritten, because considering this is at the very end of this file, it should be getting read last. The only thing is there might be some other place where recipes are getting changed. And in all honesty, oh, it could be it could be something that's as much as like a startup script. I don't think this is. We're digging into the files now. I don't know what this is about because the comments are in Russian. Unfortunately, it is slightly difficult for me to parse through files when they're in a language I don't read, which I feel like is probably an issue for a lot of people throughout the world. I would say, is this like a startup script that's doing this? It could be. It could be something like with this registry GTCU machine event, register GTCU machines. Um, this is the machines file. God, I think this is just for multi-blocks. Uh, Google Translate probably would help. The only issue is I doubt that being able to read the comments would actually be all that useful. I'm being a little I'm being a little silly with what is a nether dome? What is a nether dome? Okay. I am being a little bit silly. I don't think the comments would actually help me all that much. There are reasons why they did those things, and I shouldn't be messing with those too much. Like that one that I pointed out was like a section that got commented out, so somebody must have done something. This is not what I need. This is for custom machines. This doesn't help me at all. Yeah, cause see, like this is commented out, so it looks like at some point they were trying to do some TFC startup event. They must have like done something different and changed the way that this works, and like found a better way to do this, and then just left this comment in here that's basically like, yeah, this is the first way we tried it. You'd even see it in my file too sometimes, but I think I got rid of those later. Okay, so I don't think this is helping. I don't think that helps at all. Recipe types? Wait. What is an alternate a create alternator at nether end dome? Hold on. What is any of this? Hold on. I'm now I'm curious. Dome? Oh my god. Oh my god. Then simulate the nether. Simulate the end. End crystals. Nether dome. Netherium. Nether dome. This is cool. I didn't know we got this. Is this in the book? How do I get to the quest? Is this in the quest book? It's in HV. Is this in the book anywhere? I don't know if it is. That's cool though. It looks like later on as we get higher into the game, it looks like we're going to eventually start simulating the nether and the end, which is really cool. I don't know what that gets us. What does it get us? What does this do? Artificial environment to simulate the nether. The interior is customizable. Oh. Check the multi-block preview in JEI. Nether Dome. Nether Dome. Enderium. Ender Dome. End Dome. Sunday, Sunday. I assume we'll need it to make something. I assume we'll need... Okay. That's enough fun. I gotta focus. 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 Old version of Minecraft Pocket Edition before they added the nether in. Really? I don't think I played. I didn't play Pocket Edition that long. I don't think I really played Pocket Edition at all. I remember when it came out though. Honestly, I remember the Pocket Edition being really cool. Because it was like you only got like a small world to play in, and honestly, I think like that kind of thing can be really interesting. Having a very limited area in which to play. A lot of a lot of what's it called? A lot of Minecraft videos I've been watching recently, like when they do the SMPs, they've been like limiting the area at which you can run around in, which I feel like is probably a good idea because Minecraft's kind of huge and like realistically, if you wanted to, you could just kind of like go like several tens of thousands of blocks away and like set up a secret base, and the odds of anybody actually coming across it are pretty slim. What if I just get rid of this part? What if I just try getting rid of it? Can I just remove? Because I want to see if I can remove the recipe in general. If I can't remove the recipe in general, then there's something weird going on. We can also make an alternator. Yeah, this is something I saw while I was... Yeah, look at this. Generates 2 amps. Yeah. Wait, this is cool, though. Hold on. I didn't know we had access to this. This is like one of the cool... This is so cool. Because you know what this is? Look at this description. Generates 2 amps of the matching kinetic input box and dynamo hatch. I don't know what that... Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what that... Select circuit 1 for LV, 2 for MV. I could be making power off of kinetic energy. Why haven't I been doing this the whole time? I didn't know this was a thing. How does this work? Actually, this thing is huge, now that I think about it. This thing is kind of massive. How much energy? Okay, I want to make one of these. Okay, focus. I don't think it's in the quest book. I don't think this is referenced. If it is, it might be referenced in here somewhere. Because there is a... This area is where it talks about like all the different... They should put it in the quest book because that's really cool. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's anywhere in here. Hold on. Okay, wait. We gotta focus. I'm getting distracted. One thing at a time. I know, right? Yeah. Well, so like part of the issue, technically speaking, this mod pack hasn't been fully released. So keep that in mind that this is not a finished mod pack, which is honestly part of the reason why I'm having to go and do stuff like this. Um but hold on, I'm gonna add that. Let's but one of the big things is the quest book. Is probably the part that is like the least done. What the heck? Okay. What? All right. There has to be something going on here. It has to be going in and re-adding in the recipes on its own. Because this removed all of the recipes except for the one in the assembler. So what that leads me to believe is that one of the files is going back and adding in these recipes again. Okay. Here's the plan. Try. That's the first step. No, I have an idea. Um grep list. I gotta look up how to do something again. It's dash L? The dash L? Okay. Give me a second. Because I should be able to... Let's see. Okay. So if I go into here, TFC recipes, open with Kate. All right. We're in it now, chat. I'm in. Ugh, the Russian. I can get through this. Okay. So this is where they're adding in their aqueduct recipes. Or where they're adding in their recipes. So aqueduct. Yeah, see, so this is how they're doing it. Oh, I see.
What is this referencing? Stone. I don't know enough about JavaScript. This has got to be referencing something somewhere. Oh god, where am I? Oh hey. Oh. I want to know where that is. I want to know what they're doing. I want to know how this works. What is this? What is this? I don't know enough about JavaScript. But this is very much close to what I've been doing. Hold on. JavaScript operator. Okay, the $ in JavaScript. It is used as shorthand alias for a jQuery object. A jQuery object. Powerful JavaScript library that simplifies DOM. Shorthand for jQuery. ID of the element. Alright. I could use that. I could have used that in the first place, actually. Where are they getting this from, though? Where does that come up? Where's the first instance of that? Because if I could figure out what the heck is going on there, I could use that on my own. I could use that for my own stuff, you know? It's got to be in, like, assets, right? Or data. Okay, I'm getting distracted again. Wait, jsconfig. Oh, that's not helpful. Okay, okay. So it looks like that $ means we're indexing some sort of library. Which I don't know how to use yet. So I'm just gonna not. Aqueduct. Yeah, no, this is the issue is when I get into things, then I start getting distracted by I start getting distracted by everything. Ah, but what did you guys do this? Because this would be so much easier. Somewhat. I guess this is kind of just what I'm doing in the first place. What did they have a library. I didn't have to write out that whole list of things. Is there a color one? No. Oh my god. They do have. Hold on. Wait. If they already have that. No, I don't know how to use that. I don't know how to use that. No, wait, I do. For each die in global Minecraft die names. There we go. Yeah, wait. What? Minecraft.die names, and then for each die. Oh, okay, no. Oh. I see what's happening. This is in JavaScript, which unfortunately is something that I'm not very familiar with. I see what's happening here. I do know that in JavaScript because I use this myself. You can see down here in this section where I did a for each on this. The for each in JavaScript is a function that gets called off of a list. So when we're looking at this here, and it says global.minecraft underscore die names for each. This is calling off of this. Where did this come from? Hold on. Where did that come from? I'm doing it. I'm learning. Wait, no. Go up. Up. Open a terminal here. Um uh You can't see the part that I'm doing right now, but that's fine. Probe generated constants. Wait. Wait, this has been a thing already? Hold on. Probe generated constants. Let's open this up with Kate. That's too much. That's too much. How am I supposed to parse through that? How am I supposed to look through this? Those lines are 20. Okay. That's a lot. That's a lot. Wait, it's just really long lines. Actually, this is... Yeah. 10,000 characters. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Okay. But. Only ever worked with JavaScript for custom chat boxes. Yeah, I don't work in it too often. I don't work in it very often, actually. It's pretty much just this. I want to try something though. I want to try to update my thing because I can use this kind of stuff they were doing. But I don't get where this stuff was coming from. Okay, hold on. Okay. Aqueduct. I might be able to, I could literally just change this number right here and it would fix it. Could. Wouldn't be that hard, you know? It wouldn't really be that hard. I could just add a number here. And then I'd be done. Okay. See, I'm trying to learn and understand how this works. Because how is this, does this just tell it to run a number of times for like the length of this? I don't know. All right. But look, watch this. Watch what I do. I simply press a single button. Boop. And change it. Here's the issue though. I don't, this will work, but like it's not a permanent, it's if the pack gets updated, my change is going to get overwritten and I'm going to have to do this every time and I don't want to do that. But I also don't know how to stop it from overwriting my changes if I do it this way. Let's get rid of this line here. That's not going to do anything anymore. But yeah. How do I get this stone stuff? I do. Hold on. Okay. Really is used in about everything. Oh, wait, there's a readme. Hold on. Maybe I should read. Yeah, there's just a readme.txt. Oh, okay. Wait, does it? Hold on. Directory information, assets. This isn't actually. This isn't actually, this is just normal Cube.js stuff. I don't know why I don't know why the thing I put in gave me this, because this readme doesn't help me actually. I've seen this readme before. Yeah, this is not super helpful. Data access a data pack. You can put your server resources here, like loot tables and functions, textures and models. Okay, that doesn't help me at all. See, like I want to set it up so that it works with my file, but I don't know how to do that without like overriding what is in here because it, like I said, I'm pretty sure this one is just adding the recipe back in, which is why I can't remove it on my own. I could just change it myself. Do that. I could just okay. Um okay. Oh wait. I'm reading a thing on the coding camp or yeah, it is freecodecamp.org. Template literals are enclosed in backticks, double quotes. This example are evaluated and replaced with. Yeah, but how does it work when it's a list of things? Getting defined. Where is this getting? If I scroll, here it is. It's global.tfc stone types. Yeah. Yeah, this is the global. So they just have those lists that I made. They just had those already. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. Um Interesting. I see. I see. I understand. I understand now. I understand. Um but I don't know how that's gonna help me. Because I'd really like to. I don't know how to. How do I make it so that I can like have my recipes added in at the end um instead of just like, is there a way I can change the priority? Because like if I go to startup scripts, or it's server scripts is what we're working in. If I go to server scripts, open that up. This is the file we were looking at earlier. Um, because the other one, this is in TFC. If we look, TFC recipes get registered up here, but mine get registered down here. These are actually just alphabetical. Can I do... Okay, maybe it's this. What if I add in another section? I could probably just put this in, right? There's no reason to do this part if I'm just putting the event in directly. Maybe? Okay, hold on. Save. Okay, let's go back in. We're learning here today, chat. I'm glad you're all here with me while we sit here and learn together how things work. Okay, yeah, that would make sense that I would get an error. Yeah, recipe is not, it's not defined. It's not defined. So the syntax is not the way that I think it is. What if I just do, well, I can still just do this on one line, I guess. I don't know exactly what the syntax of this part here means, but if I do this, it's basically the same thing as what that other stuff is doing up there. Oops.
Okay, another reload. For posterity's sake. Okay. CubeJS. No errors. So that should mean all my recipes are still in the game. Let me double check with I look at those instruments. I never used the immersive instruments. Um and for some reason there's two instances of each item, but I don't know how that is. But it does have my fixes in. Um okay, that's good. All right, that's good. So, now we're going to run a theory. We're going to see if me putting this in, if this, I'm going to discard that. I'm not going to save that. We're going to see if this lets me remove the recipe. Okay, no errors. Let's check the recipe for the aqueducts. No, that's still in there. I don't know how this works then. CFC rock aqueduct granite type G. Yeah, so like, but for some reason it's still getting overwritten. This doesn't do anything. Like literally it doesn't. But the thing is, I don't understand why. It's probably better for me to have this line anyways, because it makes more sense than just adding my stuff in on here. So I'll probably leave this here. But I don't understand the hierarchy. Why it you would think that like my command to remove the recipe would like override the other ones, right? Because this is still just the same thing. It's the granite aqueduct, and it's still in there. And I'm pretty sure we can try it just to be sure, but if I save this. See, I mean, this is like one of the issues with trying to essentially like teach yourself how to do this uh without a whole lot of resources, because I don't even know where to like look up half of this stuff. But um we can reverse engineer this eventually, right? Oh, I forgot to minimize. Yeah, see that removed. Okay, so it's still doing it the same way it was. Maybe I just make a change. Maybe I do just make a change and then just say no. This is how it's supposed to be. I don't know how I would move mine up in the priority then. Is it just like it remove? It could be that it removes everything. What if I put this at the top? Um, it could just be that it does all the remove actions first and then does everything else. This has a priority. Okay. What if I just set my stuff up there? And let me double check my recipes thing. Okay. Leave that in. And then what if we reload? Reloading. Okay. And then okay. that didn't help either. Okay. Let's undo that and put it back at the bottom. Hmm. Okay. Well, okay. So, I think I can just change this by going into the place where they have their stuff and and changing it there, I guess. But it would be nah. I'll leave this the way it is. I've got my stuff. I got to remember that I don't need these. I'll change them at a later date maybe. Um but I do need to go into back into here. And search. Wait, not like that though. Aqueduct. Okay. But I can just go into here and I can just change this circuit thing and I'm changing this to 10. Okay. And then I go back out here, reload. I just gotta remember that that's gonna, if I update the pack, I'm gonna have to go back in and change that again. Is the only reason why I've been kind of spending so much time on this. But I mean, it's getting close to the end of stream anyway, so I definitely need to, do something. Okay, but now if I check the recipes, give it a second. Okay, it's reloading. Okay, so if I check the recipes, yeah. So now it takes a configuration 10, which is what I wanted to change anyways. I wanted to change the number on the programmable circuit so I don't keep accidentally making these stupid things. Which is like whatever. I mean, I finished what I wanted to do, but I'm not very happy about the way that I had to do it. So I think that's going to be something that maybe we revisit at a later date and try to fix because I'm not happy with the way that came out. And now that I know a little bit more about how some of that stuff works, I would really like to go back and update my code that I've already written to use pre-existing structures instead of using its own list like I had at the top of the at the top there. I didn't realize that this was something that was like auto-generated, it looks like, by Cube.js, and that I could just reference there. So I'm definitely going to go back and rework it again and refine it to make it better. But we'll work on that later. All right. But we'll spend the last 20 minutes of stream in our back in our world so you guys can watch me make some real progress again. Although I will say, oh wait, but I didn't even do the alternator thing. Hold on. Hold on. Side idea. Instead of messing around in world for the rest of it, we go back and figure out how the heck alternators work because I don't know how those things work and I really want to. I gotta wait for this to load though so I can quit back out. Why is it taking so long to reload? Maybe it's because of the stuff I've been messing with. Or is my game just gonna hate me after that?
It is fair. Why are you frozen? Why are you stuck? What's going on, buddy? Why are you why are you going on, buddy? Okay, seriously though, why is it taking so long? Okay, I think it may have actually frozen, which is fine. Let me just kill it. Double check. Still frozen. Kill. Relaunch. Okay, it shouldn't take me too long to get back in. Just give me a second. I really want to figure out how that alternator works. I didn't even realize that was an energy production thing, because like we could power alternators with create steam engines, and oh my god, would that be so cool? That would be like hands down the coolest way we could generate power. I don't know how good it is, but it's cool. So that's all that matters to me. Forget this pyrolyse oven thing that I've been working on for the past couple weeks. Alternators. I think I will go back into my normal world just to see how it's working. To make sure it's not and mess anything up or something. I don't know. Joining the world. Hope I didn't somehow mess up some. Okay, well, the terrain's back. Okay, listen, alternators. Alternator. How do you work? Okay. Alternator. This is also another thing. I don't think we can make these though, but I'm gonna check it out. I don't think we can make these. Go away. Yeah, we can't make these. There's no recipe for them. But these we can make. Okay. These we can make. Goose. Okay. Okay, like coil blocks. I can probably use upgraded coil blocks. Coil blocks. Bus. God. Okay. Low voltage kinetic input box. Wait, I can just add these. Can't. Okay. Okay. Kinetic input. Dynamo hatch input bus. Oh, low voltage dynamo hatch input bus and coil. Nickel coil blocks. And that should be out. Solid machine casing. How do I make those? Oh, this one's easy to make. This one's easier to make than, well, yeah. Yeah, it's easier to make than other things. Okay. 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 We're gonna ignore the fire over there. Ignore my drop in FPS when I look in that direction. Okay. Okay. All right. So, input bus. Input bus. The actual block. Casing. Okay, and is this hollow? It is. Okay, and then on top here is gonna go that thing. Then we're doing double check again. Yeah, it's just a ring coils. Oops, not there. It goes like this. And then this one should be the kinetic input box. All right. This should be a completed dynamo, right? Idling. Max EU per tick. Okay. Let's get ourselves one of those creative motors and slap it on the back of this here. Okay. So this creative motor is going at 16 RPM. And this thing is, it says it's idling. Idling. Does seem like it's working though. There's something I have to put in it? Really not. What do I have to put into this? Okay, the dynamo hatch is not creating anything. Wait, it needs a minimum amount, doesn't it? Yeah, it requires a minimum of 256 RPM to run. Okay. Okay, it's still idling though. Why? Did I build it wrong? No, that looks like the right way to build it. I'm pretty sure this is built properly. It is solid casing, right? Solid machine casing. Everything should be fine. Can I put batteries in there? I don't know if that would help. Maybe no, it should at least make its own energy to fill it itself, right? That's what I was thinking. It should theoretically just be able to do it on its own, but let's try cable. If this thing's gonna be ultra low volt, or if it's gonna be low voltage, we can take some of these. No, please give me. Oh my! I forgot that I can't cable one there, and then I don't know. We'll put it in a um turbocharger, low voltage turbocharger. That way it can. How many amps? Okay, it can handle up to 16 amps. Okay, good. My small lithium batteries. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then okay. So it's not doing anything yet, which makes sense considering. Why aren't you? Hmm. It could be that this is something that just doesn't work yet either, to be fair. Um. Oh, wait. Okay, it could be. There's a chance that this doesn't work in this version, I think. Because we're all the way. So we're playing on the standard. We're playing on 7.19, which is like the release version. There are beta versions like it looks like there was a change on the GitHub on 9.2 0.9.2 that specifically says in here hold on, alter alter
No, okay. 0.8.0 says fixed alternator work multi-block now works fine. Maybe that was alternator multi-block now works as intended. Alternator recipes was slightly nerfed. Simplified alternator multi-block requires a controller block recipe. It may be that this doesn't work yet in this version. Sad. I really wanted to use this thing. Maybe we'll use alternators when we do the hypothetical once the TerrafirmaGreg gets fully released, we we do that. Because right now it seems like it's just not working, but I don't know what if I'm supposed to put something in here or not. I don't know why it has an input bus. Um, I don't know why it has an input bus if I'm uh not supposed to be able to. Hold on. There's also a thing on the GitHub. Yeah, okay. Okay. It looks like it's fixed in the full version, but it's not. Wait, hold on. Alternator when given rotation from a shaft when configured input. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, okay. Hold on. Let's try one thing. Because if you look at this thing, it says right here, select circuit 1 for LV, 2 for MV, 3 for HV, and 4 for EV. That's what this input bus is for. It's working! God, it's working. It's working, chat. Look, it's working. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this though. How does this thing? Hold on, I gotta look at it more. Max EU per tick, 32 EU per 32 LV per tick. Okay. The issue is this thing is kind of uh this thing is kind of not super useful for us just yet. But let me look at I want to look at some things. What if I turn you up to a 2? Okay. Max tier. It might be that the coils. It's probably the coils that are different coil. So, let's see what happens. I think our next one is this one. Arthanol. Yeah, aluminum foil. Okay. I want to see if this thing can get upgraded with the coil blocks. Also, I need to know how much stress this is causing. Oh my god, I keep forgetting how half of this. Oops. Okay. I don't. I think we should probably look at this one and not this one. Oh, that's how much stress it can take. Yeah, that makes sense. That's an unsigned 32-bit integer right there. By the way, if you're wondering, I'm pretty sure that's why that number is the way it is, because that's the maximum value of an unsigned 32-bit integer. And I only know that because I wait, actually that's only 4 million. It's probably not 32-bit then. It's probably less. But it's definitely a computer number. Anyways, this thing takes 8. Okay. It's well, because I know that like if you ever watch anything about Skyrim, that thing that keeps coming up, that thing that keeps coming up is what is it like 4 point? It's like 2.14 billion. 2.14 billion is, let's see, max value of signed 32 int. Yeah, yeah. So the max value of a signed integer, a signed 32-bit integer, is 2.14 billion. And that's why Skyrim keeps having weird things. This is probably um Why does it go up to 4 million, actually? It's not a 16-bit integer. A 4-bit? Eh. It's gotta be a computer number at some point. But oh man, I'm gonna hold on. Where's my calculator? 2 to the power of, yeah. Okay. Okay. 2 to the power of 20 is power of 21. Okay, I don't know why. I can't explain this to you from a computer science perspective, but that number there is 2 to the power of 22. I don't know why they would use that exact number, but that's what that number where that number's coming from. Okay. Next, I want to replace these coil blocks. Okay. Now, how are you doing? Invalid structure. Whack. Whack. It doesn't use the upgraded blocks then, does it? Yeah, I'm thinking yeah, I don't know why they're doing that. It's probably because like it could be that they're using the rest of the integer for something else, but I don't know exactly what they would be doing. Max recipe tier. Why are you? Oh wait, you know what? Hold on. I gotta hold on. I need kinetic input box. Get out of here. Medium voltage kinetic input box. And God, what was the thing I just threw away that I need? It's Dynamo Hatch. Dynamo. Okay, I'll try this. What happens if I put that there and that there? It's running. It's working. Ooh. Oh my God, it's going medium voltage. It's running perfectly. Max recipe tier, ultra low voltage. I don't know what that means. But I thought I had this set to that. Why do you not do anything? Okay. All right. So I'm not 100% sure how this thing works. But it is really cool, and I want to see if the higher voltage level can handle these blocks. No. Invalid structure. It only runs off of Cooper nickel. See, like, this is interesting, though, because it kind of seems like we can make these... It's a big structure, right? Like, it takes up a lot of space. But it doesn't really require much to be switched over to a higher voltage tier. Except for making those 2 blocks. Hmm. And it says it makes 2 amps. So this is basically the same as having 2 generators going. Does it even increase the kinetic stress usage? Oh, it does. Oh, it does. Yeah, that's a lot of kinetic stress impact.
Ah, this would be so cool to power the base with. But I don't know if I want. I've already gone through. If I had known about this before I had set up the benzene and everything, I may have given this a serious try. Oh my god! And you know what? It could share walls too, right? Because I could. Oh my god! Hold on. I want to try something real quick before we end up. Because I know that GregTech multi-block structures can share blocks. So if I go pick up some of the junk I threw on the floor, and put like an MV Dynamo hatch here, and put um here and a input bus. Might also have something to do with the input bus. Input bus there. Bop, 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 bop. And then we have our kinetic input box. Okay, and then if I slap another motor on the back and turn it all the way up and set this to a 1. Oh my god, it does work. So cool. So cool. Really want this. Medium voltage dynamo hatch. What does it take to make these? These are not that hard to make. I mean, the medium voltage one kind of is. I think that's the big issue. This thing takes medium voltage to make. Okay, these things are cool. I'm gonna be done with this though. Hold on. All right, I want to just really quick double check and make sure I can load into my main game and get back to my house so that I'm not worried about this thing not working. But we are gonna wrap up here in a couple minutes. I know we're 5 minutes over. Technically, I started 5 minutes late today, so that's fine. Even though it sure does look like my thing says. Oh wait, no, that's the amount of time I've been. Oh, it's 10 past. Okay, cool. All right. So now that we're done with all that stuff, let me go back to my house. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoy when we take breaks to do stuff like what we did today, where we dig through code and whatnot and try to figure things out. It's one of my favorite parts of just doing anything in general. Okay. Thank you all for being here with me. I love you all so much. Thank you all for hanging out, spending time. I know you guys are here to you just like listening to me and hearing me speak, so I'm glad. I'm so happy that you guys choose to spend your time here. If there's anybody watching who is not yet following, make sure to hit that follow button. You could be our 20th follower, and it'll let you know when we go live and everything. If you need any more content, I've got my YouTube linked below where I upload VODs from previous streams. And I also have my Blue Sky linked below that has anything I need to tell you guys outside of stream will be posted there. Which reminds me, I do need to make a post because I will have to cancel Saturday stream again. Don't worry. One of these days we'll have a Saturday stream. That isn't just Pokemon. But yeah, so once again, thank you all for joining me. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, night, morning, whatever time it is where you are. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Bye.